Greetings. Oh, man, I slept like garbage last night. It felt like somebody was sticking a knife in my freaking spine. Sev is absolutely right.
Did some reporting on that, people not really realizing what is in their backyard, and hopefully this kind of encourages them to become acquainted with their area in this sense.
Yep, exactly. All right, Nick, we'll let you do your thing. Thank you. And who are you working with? Who's behind the camera today?
I don't know what the Jets are doing right now, but it feels like they're doing circles around my house and rattling the windows. So if you hear something sounds like an aircraft, it's an F-35. I think it's an F-35. I believe it's an F-35. All right. Belfast might have stuff going on. Maybe. I heard there was some stuff, but I think it's already over. A bunch of targets tonight. Pete Hegseth has come out and said, we used the ceasefire period to expand our intelligence pictures. There we go. Used our intelligence picture to refresh targets in Iran. U.S. fuel tankers are preparing to, I think, take off. And that is a lot of fuel tankers from what was just sent over to me by Marksman. And I mean, like, a lot of tankers. Oh, God, everyone's gonna die. That's not Ireland, by the way. That's just the news. There's a lot of tankers. I hope not, tall man. Then I would die. That would be bad. I changed the bar from 150 to 100 to encourage us to try to fill it every day so I can get all my bills paid. I went grocery shopping last night, thanks to all you fine people, and was able to fill the freezer and the fridge. As always, Tio is not here yet. Always late. Anything that moves day, yes. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, Darth Pete. Yep, hit that like button. Thank you. They were talking about a girl that was swept away down there in number 4, but that's gone now.
An hour ago. What we have is local media, but some of those local media are close to official sources about explosions in several areas, including even projectiles mentioned to have been used against a location in Sirik Island, but also Minab and Bandar Abbas, Kish, Kashim, Mohr, and even west of Tehran. Those are locations where whether some strikes took place or some sounds of explosions rather were heard, or activities of air defense. So that's a wide range of locations across the country, including even west of Tehran, as I just said, where there is some military, some activity, whether explosions or sounds of air defenses. The Iranians have been bracing for this since the beginning of the afternoon, since the Americans began to talk about a new wave of strikes. The understanding yesterday and early this morning was that exchange of attacks between the Iranians and the Americans was over about the downing of that Apache helicopter. Both the Iranians and the Americans announced the end of their operations with regard to that situation. But now we have the Americans initiating their own wave of attacks against Iran and linking it to negotiations. They seem to be impatient and unhappy about the pace of talks between them and the Iranians. On the other hand, the Iranians are talking about a situation where they can't accept what is going on. They can't accept to be forced into a deal that is detrimental to the future and to the sovereignty of the country and even to its security.
Sorry, we get very unhappy when you shoot down our helicopters.
On them under the threat of bombing. So it's a different equation on each side. The Americans trying to speed up the process of negotiations by the use of military might. The Iranians are saying that thing in itself is going to make...
There is no negotiations. It's all bullshit.
We have two tracks there that are on a collider course. The Iranians saying what the Americans are doing now is only going to make peace impossible. The Americans seem to be thinking that this action by them tonight is going to make peace closer.
Mohammed, I just want to make you aware that
that is not what's happening.
On the screen, just so you know, also, we are running the latest footage that comes to us from the Iranian Mehr news agency. And we are seeing distinct lights in the skies over the capital, Tehran. But for the moment, we can't be more specific on what that is. That was shot just a very short while ago. Remember that the U.S. military command CENTCOM confirmed some 45 minutes ago that they had begun striking Iran in roughly about half a dozen locations, which is also what Mohammed was confirming.
Hey, thank you very much for the wonderful 99.
Military and paramilitary, the Revolutionary Guard, of course, would have been preparing for something like this for a long time. They would also, presumably, have been preparing a possible retaliation.
Absolutely, and that's what they are saying, that whether during the 40-day war in March and April, or whether it is now, Iran is ready at the same level of readiness for a continuation of this fight for the foreseeable future. We know that for both the Americans and the Iranians, the last couple of months with that kind of ceasefire that has been in place, they have been talking about replenishing their military capabilities. I'm sure the Iranians, and according also to my reading, the Iranians have been racing against the watch to replenish their military capabilities and make sure that another phase of the war they will be ready for it. They are saying that directly, and they are confirming it. The Americans, of course, and the Israelis have been waiting for signs of weakness on the Iranian side, probably signs of air defenses in Iran showing that weakness. The strikes yesterday, according to some of the analysis I read, were an opportunity for the Americans to observe by satellite means and other means how Iran reacted to those strikes from the American and the Israeli side over the last few days. And according to the assessment they will see whether Iran is now less capable of defending itself. And that
Ethan
is
Ralph is a giant tard, yes.
Opportunity for the Americans and the Israelis to complete the work and to force the hand of Iran into.
I heard he squealed like a pig.
Iran doesn't want to sign because they say it is not in their favor and that it is being imposed, that the conditions required by the Americans cannot be accepted, including the hand.
Iran is attacking American targets in Iraq, Kurdistan, the missiles and drones.
Also including leaving the Strait of Hormuz for free navigation without any Iranian level of control on it. All those things, and also the continuation of the blockade and the continuation of the freezing of Iranian assets, all of that is unacceptable for Iran. And Iran has been talking about this as an opportunity, this war as an opportunity for it to gain a lot from what's going on, including leverage on the Strait of Hormuz, including lifting the blockade. And those are some of the key demands by the Iranians for signing any deal with the Americans. The Americans, on the other hand, they are watching, they are looking at their own military capabilities, their military superpower, and the Israeli military superpower also, and saying that they can't accept a deal. They can't accept a deal in which some conditions or some concessions can be forced by Iran, because they perceive Iran as the party that is defeated in this war.
I mean, they are defeated.
Capital, thank you very much.
And we're going to show them how defeated they are.
Seeing in the center of your screen, this is footage captured a short while ago by the Iranian Mehr news agency of the skies over the capital, Tehran. Unclear whether this is part of the U.S. attack on Iran that we understand to be ongoing. It is 1:36 a.m., coming up on 2 a.m. in Tehran. And it's a little bit after 6 p.m. on the U.S. East Coast, and that's where we find Al Jazeera's chief U.S.
Is
correspondent,
Intel
Alan
camps a
Fisher.
bunch of
Alan
dicks?
is at the White
Should I not
House.
have them?
Alan, Pete Hegseth was briefing the media moments before the attack began. What did he say? What did we find out?
Well, let me tell you that the White House has called a lid for the night. That means that we won't be seeing the president at any point. He, though, is still in the Oval Office. I can look down the driveway here at the White House.
Oh,
and see
God.
the
All right,
Marine
well, fuck them
in his
then.
uniform standing in front, which always indicates that the president is in the Oval Office. A few hours ago in that very office, he said that they were going to attack Iran this evening, that in his view...
Oh, fuck them. I don't want their sketchy shit.
Too long to get negotiations to a conclusion with the Iranians, and they needed effectively a little bit of encouragement. Pete Hegseth said virtually the same thing. Now, the CENTCOM statement that was released just almost an hour ago has described this as self-defense strikes. They said it's an unwarranted and continued aggression by Iran have led to that. That is not the message that Pete Hegseth gave us when he visited CENTCOM and came out to speak to the media within the last hour and a half.
CENTCOM, Central Command, will be busy tonight because President Trump said we will be hitting Iran hard, and we will be. Because Iran has a chance to make a good deal, a great deal, to codify what they said they've been willing to do, and they haven't been willing to do it. So, as President Trump said, they've been tapping. You can see when someone's trying to tap on a deal. Instead, they're going to have tap bombs dropping on key facilities in Iran from the United States of America. And that's not because we want to restart anything we don't have to restart. It's because the War Department is prepared to set the terms to ensure that we get the kind of deal President Trump expects.
Alan, something else I want to ask you about. Pete Hegseth says that the U.S. now controls the Strait of Hormuz. Now, this came as a surprise for the Defense Secretary to say this, but he and the U.S. President before him said that they've been
We've controlled this whole time.
secret operation. Explain that to us.
It's not secret. It's been very open.
It's a secret operation they told us about a month ago. They said that Operation Freedom was going to use American forces to escort ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Donald Trump in the Oval Office said that he'd had this secret for some time and wanted to share it but hadn't. But he actually had, and said that they had moved more than 200 ships through the Strait of Hormuz. That meant more than millions and millions of barrels of oil had been taken through the Strait of Hormuz. That proved that the Strait of Hormuz was not under the control of the Iranians, but was in fact in control of the US. And so it's not entirely clear if this was a separate operation that was ongoing that he's now revealing, or this is the Operation Freedom operation that we all knew about. Pete Hegseth certainly referred to it as Operation Freedom. There was a release about it that went out to the media. Donald Trump talked about it. Pete Hegseth talked about it. They talked about it a lot in the first few days, but didn't seem to be moving a lot of ships. Then we didn't hear a great deal about it, and now it's being declared a great help by Donald Trump to the world oil price. Interestingly enough, prices went up slightly after he made that announcement. They're around $94 a barrel at close. That's certainly down from the peak during the main part of the war, but still significant.
Single interception of cruise missiles to the city of Asalea and Bashir, province Southern Iran, has taken place.
A lack of clarity. We have asked several American agencies exactly what the president meant. We are still waiting for a response.
Yeah, those agencies are going to go tell you that for yourself.
Has said and written, the defense secretary, CENTCOM as well. Have they signaled how short or how long this military operation against Iran might be?
And they very rarely do, and so we'll know it's over when it's over. Well, we'll know it's over after it's over. Mohammed might get more indication from the Iranian side. Certainly when the announcement was made about 25 hours ago on Tuesday, they announced it had started, and then several hours later they announced it was over. That was after several waves of attacks that targeted around 20 sites inside Iran. There's no indication whether this will be bigger or smaller. Pete Hegseth, in fact, said what they do is offer options to the president. He then makes the call, and they said that if he wanted to go again tomorrow night, they will do it again, because CENTCOM is in the business of planning and then presenting those plans to the man in the Oval Office just down the driveway.
Right. Chief U.S. Correspondent Alan Fisher reporting from the White House. It's gone 6 p.m. where you are. It's gone 2200 GMT where we are. Thank you very much, Alan Fisher there. Let's bring in now our panel. Michael Mulroy, the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East during Donald Trump's first term. You're joining us, Michael, from Montana. Sina Azodi is the Director of the Middle East Studies Program at George Washington University, joining us live from Washington, D.C. And with us in the studio is Al Jazeera's Osama bin Javaid. We'll start with Mr. Mulroy. Since you advised and you were part of the Trump administration during the first term, you obviously have important insights into the president's decision-making and how this entire machinery works right behind closed doors. Now the U.S. president is going back to striking Iran, something which I don't think has demonstrably worked during the first round of strikes. Why do you think the president has chosen this path?
It's good to be with you, my fellow guests, and your audience. I think the president didn't want to do this. I think he really wanted to see an MOU signed, a ceasefire, and then get straight into discussions on a new nuclear agreement that, from his perspective, had to be more restrictive than the one that he pulled out of in 2018, the JCPOA. But he felt that this was simply not going to happen. Everything Iran was doing and saying, requiring that the U.S. Start easing sanctions, releasing unfrozen assets before there was even the start of the nuclear negotiations, I think indicated to him that this was simply not going to happen. And he chose to go with what I would guess is going to be a very intense but short duration strikes. We'll have to see what the targets are. If the targets are related to their military capacity to keep the straits closed, I think that would have been something the military side, so the uniform military side, would promote. Well, if they are going against infrastructure targets, I think that could be counterproductive when it comes to the overall objective of ending this conflict. Iran is likely to be more entrenched.
Well, you can always go on the other one.
So we'll have to see what the targets are, and we'll, of course, have to see what the Iranian response is, because they've already shown not only a willingness, but a capability to attack our key Gulf partners in the region, which could just escalate this whole economic aspect of this war. The global energy crisis could be even further exasperated.
Is there a way for Donald Trump to achieve with this bombing round, and we don't know how long or short it'll be, what he couldn't achieve with the last one?
So
I don't know
if
what
we're going
achievement they're
after
expecting.
The Iranian capability to keep the strait closed, then that would be a specific military objective. They're likely still going to respond based on the reports of how intense this is, but that would be one thing. The other thing, and President Trump has said this multiple times, so it might be happening. If the U.S. military is going after specific infrastructure targets, if they're going after power plants, if they're going after bridges, that's going to, of course, be challenged based on the targets under international law, but it's likely not going to get Iran closer, in my opinion, to signing an MOU. In fact, it might actually push it back even farther as a possibility. So we're really going to have to see what the targets are, and of course, again, what the Iranian response is.
Sina Azodi, Michael Mulroy is telling us the specific targets is going to matter a lot, right? What they've hit, how much they've hit is going to matter. That will probably only become publicly available information in the coming hours. For now, we don't know. We only know that certainly the target list is more expansive than yesterday because it's at least half a dozen locations from what we already know. So that's more than yesterday. But we don't have more specifics. What will you be looking out for as that information becomes public?
I wasn't planning on watching the interview. I think it's going to be really sad.
How Iranians are going to respond. Again, Iran has its own domestic politics. I'm sure there will be some in Iran, especially the military, who will push and ask for more escalation. I am sure there will be camps who will ask and urge for more restraint options. But I will also add, I agree with what Michael said, but you're talking, in general, you're talking about a country that has a far more capacity in terms of absorbing pain and punishment. I think history matters. I mean, Iran is a country that endured two occupations in 20th century alone, another 8-year war with Iraq, and ultimately, they did not back down. Ultimately, they, again, from their perspective, time is on their side, and they can outlast Donald Trump. But again, I do want to emphasize that we have to wait and see who will be calling the shots and which camp in Iran will have the upper hand in terms of responding to the U.S.
Osama bin Javed, what are you expecting in terms of response? Or rather, let me rephrase, what are the different scenarios of how Iran could respond?
Well, we were just discussing that a few hours earlier, that there's been a serious escalation in the way that Iran has been responding. Remember, in the last few days, you saw the first response was to Kuwait. Then it expanded to Kuwait and Bahrain. Just 24 hours ago, it was Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. And then there were drone strikes in Iraq as well. So it appears...
You described it as horizontal expansion.
This is a horizontal expansion. This is essentially, these strikes, as experts have put it, were not strikes to inflict damage, but these were strikes of intent. Iran wanted to show the Americans that it knows where the buildup is, it knows where the troops are, it knows where to hit, where it will hurt, and it is going to lock on those targets. And as you've seen those strikes, almost all of them were shot down by air defenses. So it was not like Iran hit those locations previously while the war was ongoing. So it appears that the Iranians have intelligence somehow, and they're willing to go and act upon that intelligence. And if you look at all the areas so far that we've seen that have been hit, the list is Tehran, Gorgan, Qashm, Sirik, West Azerbaijan. It appears that there is a concerted effort to go after serious targets, not just targets that Iran would probably take lightly too. And this is happening on the heels of a Qatari delegation in Tehran. This is the most serious diplomatic development that we've seen in the last couple of weeks, because yes...
But pause for a second, because this is actually something that you flagged to me earlier today, right? That there is still diplomacy ongoing, as evidenced by the fact that Qataris were in Iran only a few hours ago.
Absolutely. And I've been speaking to sources, both the Pakistani mediators, some sources in Qatar, and they've been telling me that there has been a relentless diplomacy, as one source put it, that they want these sides to disentangle. They don't want to make them go back to the table rather than settle their differences on this front. Because yes, military experts would say these strikes have been measured. Yes, 20 targets were hit, but all of them were targets that caused the minimal damage in terms of human life. And you saw the Iranian response as well as measured. But the thing is that because it's an incremental horizontal expansion, any one of these strikes could spiral out of control and we could be back at war. And this happening while there were efforts. You know, there was an Iranian delegation in Doha. There was a...
So we are back at war with them. Like, I know diplomatically we're supposed to say it is dumb shit, but at the end of the day, we're back at war with them. Even more so since new airstrikes have just continued as of 1 minute ago. People all over are reporting about, again, second night of airstrikes. Last time it was 3 waves of airstrikes. Pete Hegseth says, again, we are currently knowing more due to the ceasefire where the targets are. So use that right now as a means to find more targets for our Air Force and Navy and Marines. To drop some bombs on there in retaliatory strikes. U.S. Central Command Force began launching additional self-defense strikes as of 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time against multiple targets in Iran at the Command-in-Chief's direction. The strikes are in response to Iran's unwanted and continued aggression. So that's in Manab and Shalik, again, 2 coastal areas. People are trying to say that it's diplomatic. This is a diplomatic strike is what they're trying to bring up. People, again, they're showing some lights in the sky. That's what we have behind me over there. Oh my God, there's lights in the sky. Who knows what it is? Could be bombs dropping, I don't know. You don't know, I don't know, nobody knows. "42 seconds ago, U.S. Secretary Pete Hegseth warns of powerful imminent attacks on Iran." Looks like Pete's wanting to take out more than what was previously shot. Now, Tio's not here yet, so I'm looking for stuff on my own while talking to everybody and looking up news for y'all as it's coming. So that's the current map of the areas we are hitting. And then Iranian media is trying to say that they sunk some of our ships and we are in dire straits. I looked at Belfast. I couldn't find anything. It looked like it was all done. Last thing I saw of Belfast was some people walking in the street going home, and that was it. I'll take one more look, but last time I saw anything in Belfast was already over. But I'll take one look really quickly. I see a lot of people restreaming stuff from Belfast. I see a lot of old stuff from Belfast. Because it's nighttime over there. So I think most of it's done for tonight, unfortunately, Doug. Otherwise, I would have put it on. I'm more caring, though, about the war right now of us bombing the living bejesus out of Iran. People are saying let President Trump actually go and finish off Iran, saying that it's time we get rid of the regime. I don't know if Israel has joined yet. I have not seen any of that because technically it's retaliatory strikes from just the U.S. Well, it doesn't have to be a long thing. It can end very quickly. It's just we're not doing it. No, Israel is not conducting airstrikes against Iran today. So, there we go. Lots of air defenses are up and firing right now in those areas. Believe it or not, Al Jazeera Arabic is probably the closest we get to live shots of the area in Iran. Because the thing is we're only using a very small fraction of our arsenal we could, right? Like, we could get more ships over there and just bombard the living crap out of it. But they're not. So Iran news is saying Zionist channels claiming that at this stage Israel is not involved in attacks on Iran. Okay, so who's if it's Zionist channel, do we believe him or not? Like, I'm not sure what that means. Like, but I would say, like, out of the world, these weird little regimes that are killing people should be removed. Especially if they're pissing us off, like trying to kill us. Let's see, the latest exchange of attacks between the United States and Iran may mark the end of a fragile ceasefire. No shit. Iranian state media says initial reports indicate U.S. vessels near Strait of Hormuz struck by missiles, though everything else is saying that didn't happen. No ship hit by missiles from what they're reporting from the U.S. Central Command. So multiple blasts heard in the Iranian port of Gorgan.
With the Iranian side, also they were saying that what is happening in the field is overshadowing the diplomatic track because speaking of the negotiations, and the dynamic of negotiations is fundamentally shaped by the perception of field and diplomacy, meaning that the two are intertwined tools and you cannot separate diplomatic track with what is happening in the field, meaning that these days we have been witnessing exchange of messages as well as exchange of fire. But from Iranian perspective, the exchange of fire and escalating the situation is signaling that maybe the United States is not serious about diplomacy with Iran. So that's why they have been buying time, using this as a tactic in order to continue their pressure policy against Iran and to somehow continue their occasional attacks against Iran or the Israeli attacks in Lebanon in order to weaken the country as well as the resistant front.
All right, Abbas Aslani, Michael Mulroy, Osama bin Javed, you're all staying with us. It is 22:30. You're watching Al Jazeera, and a reminder of our headlines this hour. The U.S. military has launched fresh strikes on multiple targets across Iran. Posting on X, U.S. Central Command said that they are in response to Iran's unwarranted and continued aggression. Iranian media is reporting explosions have been heard in several areas along its southern coastline, the areas shown on the map there. And earlier, President Donald Trump has said the U.S. military was preparing to strike Iran hard. It comes a day after tit-for-tat strikes in the Gulf carried out by Washington and Tehran. Going back to our panel now, Michael Mulroy is with us, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Middle East under Donald Trump during his first term.
Hey, Stephen.
Also with us, Abbas Aslani is a Senior Research Fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. I would note that it is 2 a.m. where you are, Abbas. Thanks for being with us. And Osama bin Javed is in the studio with us, Al Jazeera correspondent who's been following not just the war, but also the negotiations since the ceasefire was signed in April 8th, so 2 months ago. So, Osama, 2 months of a ceasefire, and then there's been this gradual but unmistakable uptick in, first it was the rhetoric that escalated between Iran and the U.S., and then it started to be strikes and tit-for-tat strikes, and the cycle of violence has escalated to where we are now with what seems to be a very significant military U.S. operation against Iran, striking at least half a dozen targets. And the goal seems to be what it has always been, bring Iran to the negotiating table.
Well, I was speaking to an Iranian source earlier, and they said the definition of madness is repeating the same process.
I mean,
and expecting
5 o'clock somewhere, I guess.
That is the mood in Tehran, where the U.S. president talks about the strength of the U.S. military, how they've decimated the Iranian navy, how they have decapitated their military, as well as their political and religious leadership. But in Tehran, the mood and the message.
I mean, it's Al Jazeera. What do you expect?
Iranian state media is the Americans have destroyed hospitals and schools, and they've killed innocent people. And this is a war that they have to fight with the nation because they want to wipe out the civilization, and they quote the US president when they say these things. So this is a war of narratives that both sides have essentially dug their heels, where they both feel that they're winning. I was speaking to somebody in Geneva when the first round of talks were happening.
Pause for a second. Both sides feel they're winning.
Absolutely. And
Iran feels it's winning.
Absolutely. It's the strongest position that the IRGC has found itself in after what you saw in the last couple of years of the protests, the price hikes, the rights violations, everything else. Now it finds that the nation is, by and large, united behind what it feels like a strategy to try and protect from an outside invader. I was speaking to people in Tehran who told me, in the diplomatic circles, who told me that whether it's the Baluch or the Kurds, or
so I told you guys go to X.
the Sunni or the Arabs, there seems to be a thread of unity.
The different
diverse
groups that compose Iran.
Compose Iran, rather than coming apart, it has had the opposite effect to bring them together to beat this outside invader. So if the conventional wisdom was that this decapitation effort, this effort to put maximum pressure, to tighten the belts of the Iranian people, to make them suffer in a way where they will rise up against their own government, seems to not work so far. All the indications, and I'd love to hear what our Tehran guest has to say about this, because these are conversations that I have had in the last week or so, especially after these latest strikes. So it appears that the strategy to try and put maximum pressure. How does
Lookner have 24,000 people watching him not talk and just stare at a screen? I don't understand that. Because he's got 25,000 people just staring out there. And then my VTuber. My VTuber has disappeared. What the hell happened? Man, my shit is acting funky today. What are you doing, machines? What are you doing? I told Tio to get off his ass. We're waiting for him to show up again. I was like, hey, Iran's on fire. I don't know what you're doing. He's quote-unquote walking, which means knighting the bishop, if you will. He literally is just staring at the screen with his hands on his mouth, not saying anything. I don't get it. I understand. There has to be some sort of thing I'm missing, like, I don't know. I feel like there's a money thing involved somewhere I'm missing.
صاروخ خلال المرحلة الأولى من العملية العسكرية كان لابد من الضغط على شركة لوكهيد مارتن لزيادة الإنتاج لبناء الترسانة الأمريكية.
That is Al Jazeera Arabic, which has live views of what's going on over there. Yeah, I don't understand what he's saying either. Again, Central Command confirms additional self-defense strikes launched against multiple targets in Iran at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time. We already went over that. The RGC says it detected F-16s breaching Iranians' airspace and launched surface-to-air missiles and forcing, they said they quote-unquote forced it to retreat, allegedly, but I don't really believe that. One of them's Axio News. For what me and Marks were talking about, Axios News is not very reliable, but they were saying that the United States has already hit multiple targets and already turning back. So we're hitting, again, multiple air defense situations. Missile installation, stuff like that.
Indicate that despite damages, despite sufferings, Iran's missile as well as drone power is in place, and they are able to respond to American and Israeli attacks. So that's why Iran thinks that it is victorious, and it is not willing to engage in a diplomatic agreement whereby is tantamount to a surrender or capitulation to the United States.
Abbas, thank you very much for that. Allow me to bring you all some measure of detail that we are starting to get, specifically from Iranian news agencies. There are multiple agencies, several reports. The Mehr news agency reporting that several explosions have been heard in the Iranian port of Kangan. Also reporting clashes at sea between Iranian and U.S. forces. Now, the IRNA agency citing its reporter that several explosions have been heard in Bandar Abbas near the airport and the airbase, so often air defense targets and air-related targets.
What if we are going to take out their airfields?
Not entirely a surprise. Iran's press TV says that a location in Sirik has been hit by enemy projectiles. So that's That's the picture. We're starting to fill out the picture, but it's still pretty sketchy at this moment. Mohammed Val, our correspondent in Tehran, joins us. It's past 2 a.m. where you are, the middle of the night. What are you learning? Can you fill out this picture a little bit for us?
Well, not much, Cyril. What we have is just what you have mentioned, but we know that there is a lot of apprehension in Tehran here. It's late in the night, and earlier we had or people reported air defense activities west of Tehran. Also, as you mentioned, explosions in the western part of Bandar Abbas and in many other areas. Actually, the list of cities very much increasing by the minute. We have already mentioned Kish and Sirik Islands. In Hormuz, we mentioned Minab.
I would take anything that comes out of the Iranians' mouth right now as complete and utter bullshit unless it was confirmed by somebody else. And then Al Jazeera, again, is very pro-terrorist, is the best way I could put it. Little stuff for some other news really quickly. Apparently the mom for Camilo Anthony tried to make another $300,000 GoFundMe that was shut down because she's trying to kaboom? Might be a kaboom. That might be a drone. Might be trying to make another GoFundMe to grift. A black man in Florida found himself in an anti-white, racially motivated attack. He says, down to full crackers, knee free Camilo, by punching the veteran in the head for all the internet fame. He told the veteran he was going to die after mocking him, accusing him of serving on the jury that convicted Camilo Anthony. So people know who the guy is. They have this image. It's only a matter of time until he's arrested. The gentleman we saw it the other day yelling and screaming in front of the courthouse, jumping up and down, yelling at a white guy in his face like he's about to punch him, was arrested for unlawful carrying of a weapon near the courthouse. And then that's it for the, he's trying to appeal his case. That's the update of the Camino Anthony stuff right there. That's all of it. He's an asshole. And that's it. Miss Rachel, who's a very controversial leftist that sings to children, apparently is currently outside the Delaney Hall and DHS Center NJ singing about knocking down the walls and freeing criminal illegal aliens. It's real nice that they're out there doing that. As Kershaw has pointed out, Miss Rachel has been doing this kind of ideology, pushing since the sign on CAA several years ago. So, no news there. Yeah, Camino in Agony is going to be his new name soon. Again, I am in a crap ton of pain. I slept like crap last night. I'm getting my coffee finally in me. Shoe on Head got her account back. And also with the Camilo Anthony stuff, apparently there's a petition now to arrest the brother. Apparently, people want the brother now arrested for assault. Shoe on Head had her X account taken down for a minute, but she's back. What's up, Bez? How's it going? I did see what happened in Ireland where they were using hoses now. They shoot the protesters. And the protesters are trying to make an anti-Islamic area. Drivers now at the Delaney Hall are no longer taking the shit of people standing in front of the cars. They have now resulted to fully macing them as they come out. If you touch the cars, you get maced at Delaney Hall. The crowds have shrunken quite a lot. I feel like the same people that were getting paid to stand out front of Delaney Hall were probably supposed to be out there for the Carmelo Anthony thing, but I don't think they're going to bite onto that. A little celebrity news here while I'm looking for more stuff. I'm waiting for Tio to stop flogging the dolphin. David Harbour, he was the guy who was in Stranger Things. He was the old gruff-looking dude. Says Millie Bobby Brown, I've had the dyslexic moment there for a second, triggered his mental health breakdown. David Harbour has opened up about the difficult chapter in his life, addressing both the mental health struggle and rumors of tension with his Stranger Things co-star Millie Bobby Brown. He says one triggered the other. She says he suffered a mental breakdown last year as he was confusing as hell, not only for himself, but also for those around him. Telling Variety that depression, mania, and other mental health episodes can be difficult for loved ones to understand in real time. Stranger Things star admitted he was triggered by the claims was false reporting on his relationship with Millie. Namely, reports that she had complained about his behavior on set and that their pair had experienced friction behind the scenes. Those are the least of the rumors. As it reports in December, David took a man's hat in a bizarre intersection at a California bar. The incident followed reports of Millie file a bullying and harassment complaint against him. The actor has now acknowledged that he was disagreements with Millie, but he's comparing these dynamics to ones of a family, noting that they worked together for a decade during some of Millie's most formative years while playing a father-daughter duo on screen. According to David, they always found their way back to each other, with Millie echoing the email statement to the publication, explaining that after years went on, the working relationship became increasingly collaborative. They often pushed back each other emotionally. The best possibilities. I have a feeling we're going to see some weird shit come out in the next couple of years. Let's see. Anything else going on before we go back to the war shit? Again, Belfast, people are out there again fighting back and getting hit with water cannons, pushed back along the street. I don't know, man. I don't trust anything in Hollywood, by the way. I don't know. It all feels kind of sketch. Maybe she molested him is what we're going to figure out. Who knows? You're just milking the OT today? Nice. Well, I'm happy you're milking a man named Oscar Travis. That's the first thing that came to mind with those initials. People are saying there's a big fatigue and racial divide happening right now in the United States based on people who are, of course, black, and the other ones being white, especially with the Camilo Anthony verdict. There's a lot of people out there saying that the only reason that he was not acquitted of the crime was because of the color of his skin. Not because he, went to somewhere he wasn't supposed to and stabbed some kid.
American assets in a bigger scale. And if the United States projects, including the energy infrastructure. And so I think the quality of Iranian response will also change accordingly. And this is part of the efforts by the two sides in order to redraw the rules of engagement and, more importantly, to establish a deterrence. So this has been very dynamic and fluid, so that's why it is changing. And for Iran, now it seems that they have to escalate.
I'm fatigued, boss. Again, a lot of people are right now, from what it's saying. Shocking video that is circulating the internet right now shows an area in Lifford, East London, captured when a toddler was hanging out of a window. Child climbed out of the window, was hanging on for dear life, almost falling to their death. This was a high, and this is a very high migrant area.
In order to do so, I think further escalation might be necessary.
Abbas Islami, in the first few weeks of the war, Iran was attacking at least half a dozen countries across the Middle East and the Gulf on a daily basis with missiles and or drones. Do you expect them to go back to that kind of military footprint?
Well, I think that will depend on the cooperation of those regional countries with the United States. Recently, we have been witnessing that the number of those countries housing American bases have been targeted, but it is not as many as it was during the recent war. It has been mostly Bahrain or even Kuwait, or the number has been changing, and some of those countries have been targeted. But if
we're gonna do a GoFundMe for me to pay off my truck,
providing any logistics,
that's what we're gonna do for my stress.
United States to use their, let's say, territory to attack Iran, they will not be attacked. So depending on the let's say quality of the conflict,
I'm just kidding.
I think Iranian response can vary.
Unless it works.
Osama, what stands out to
Bin
you?
Laden?
Very early in this new phase of the ceasefire, a strange...
Nothing. You guys saying the same shit over and over. U.S. Central Command forces began launching again additional self-defense strikes, multiple targets in Iran. Again, 36 seconds ago, even more strikes. Explosions all over. Limbs flying through the air like stars through the night. The amount of burqas that were on fire was absolutely horrendous. Hours after President Trump vowed to hit Iran hard, the U.S. military launched an additional round of strikes on key military targets. The ceasefire between the two countries appeared to have crumbled. No shit, CBS. No shit. Also, for the record, what ceasefire? They were still shooting shit the entire time. And so were we. Different boats, people laying mines we killed. Like, what ceasefire? This is the weirdest ceasefire in history. People are still dead. I'm no military expert, but I don't know if that means the ceasefire was working if people are still being killed. Somebody wants to weigh in on that for me. People are saying, despite authorizing new strikes on Iran, Trump has not abandoned diplomacy. The diplomacy thing is bullshit and needs to end. Like, I don't know if it's a stall tactic. I don't know if it's Trump trying to win that Nobel Peace Prize. I don't know what the thinking is. But it's ridiculous and not needed. You know, like, who cares? We're at war with them. Yeah, exactly. They threatened to go kill his kid. I would say that the time's over now. Like, I wouldn't stand for that anymore. Oh, I also got an email last night that said I was unhinged, and how could I say that woman out in front of Camilo Anthony should have had her head ripped off and kicked down the street by the father? I'm going to say this. She should have had her head ripped off and kicked down the street by the father for accusing his kid of being a domestic terrorist, and that's why he deserved to die. So for that, whoever emailed me, there's your answer. There you go. Iran's Kahim Ali Malibne central headquarters has announced that the Strait of Hormuz is now closed as of 10 minutes ago, though the United States has turned around and said that that they control the strait, that the strait is now open. You can do what you want. Though Dubai has announced maybe even putting in a pass-through for ships and charging people for a safe route. If you looked at Dubai right there, all you do is cut across. It's only a couple 100 miles, I guess. Yeah, it wasn't really an email, it was an X tweet or an X PM, but yeah. Apparently I upset somebody. When don't I upset somebody? I feel like it's a daily thing. Yeah, so multiple people are reporting as of 11 minutes ago that the Kahim Ali Abayi Central Command announces the full closure of the strait. So again, they want to ramp up tensions, what it looks like. They give you something to talk about, though, Soma. That's something. I can make content out of it. You got to make them fear you before they feel you? Oh. Gross. Yeah, so right now the biggest headline within the 10 minutes that has passed is that Iranian officials are saying that the strait is closed. You're no longer allowed to go through the strait. When America heard us, when no longer can you use the strait. I think everyone's going to go tell Iran to go F itself. Well, most people who watch me, I don't think I'm upset. It's the people who are thin-skinned and either one, don't understand my sense of humor, or two, get really butthurt at the littlest thing. So. Gold fell today. No one cared. Iranian media is saying that 2 violating ships attempting through the passage of the strait were hit as of 3 minutes ago, even though only 10 minutes ago they closed the strait. So we'll see if U.S. Central Command says any ships are actually hit. I am upset. You have upset me. So much upsetness. B-52 bombers en route to Iran now not confirmed. Not confirmed or now confirmed? Just making sure it's not a typo, Soma. Yeah, it's fuzzy. Upset channel supporters. Not confirmed. Okay. B-52 is not confirmed. I don't know if we need to even send B-52s in. I feel that is a, that might be a little too much for him. The wolf upset me. Fine. Pay him because he upset you. Oh, wait a minute. So again, I would be surprised if they're dropping B-52s in. Somalis are stomping on the American flag while holding a photo of the referee who denied entry to the U.S. for allegedly ties to terrorist organizations at a protest in Somalia. No one in America cared. Apparently, Doctor Who's Christmas special, which they have almost every year, was canceled due to Russell T. Davies and Bad Wolf exiting the show. Apparently, nobody really wants to be a part of it. That's the end of Doctor Who. Another show killed by wokeness. A horse pulling a carriage in New York City Central Park collapsed and died Tuesday evening after a strawberry field. According to witnesses and animal welfare advocates, the incident occurred around 7:30 p.m., with the horse repeatedly dying minutes after collapse. The death comes just before the supportive riders' law are set to rally at the city's hall in support of legislation that would phase out the city's horse-drawn carriage industry. The bill is named the Rider, a carriage horse that collapsed while working in Manhattan in 2022 and later died from his injuries. Poor horse. Poor horsey. I don't know much about horses. I don't ride horses. But I do know if you don't maintain a horse's hooves enough. And so from what I understand is horses that are walking on concrete, you actually give them like rubber shoes, not like regular horseshoes, and that they're made for that. Then you have to take those off when they go back out to the field. And I would not be surprised there's some lazy bastards out there that put the wrong ones on it and just destroying the horse's legs. No, AOC, that horse is still alive. And that's a whore, not a horse. Almost the same letters, but not quite. So. 3 women in North Carolina are facing criminal charges after a teen takeover at a trampoline park in Riley turned violent. Police say one woman brandished a handgun during the chaos and encouraged a child to fight other teens. That's why people get fatigued. Level 3 sex offender Brian Group has been sentenced to 6.25 years in prison. He pleaded guilty to taking cell phone videos of a woman and girls in the bathroom stall in Brighton. A victim's husband caught him trying to escape and promptly beat the living shit out of him. So Iran is now showing videos that show people on a boat with a rocket launcher shooting down a jet or a drone, saying that Iran used a weapon worth $150 to shoot down $1 billion American aircraft. The video is all AI generated and actually didn't happen. Who get whose teeth back? What? Material girl AOC. Tio literally sent me a link. He says, I'm currently walking, which means he's masturbating. Sent me a link that is literally not in English. He's like, here's international news. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that, Tio, but okay, buddy. Oh, the dude taking pictures? Yeah, I think he should not have walked away, if you know what I mean. Oi! Stop your wanking! That's what I need, is I need a pissed off Australian to send me a recording that says, Geo, stop your wank! Would that be a great button? Oh, he whacks on and then he whacks off. I don't know if anybody else would find it hilarious as shit. Oh, that made me laugh a little too hard. You can make me an Aussie soundboard? Excellent. Wank a skank. It's so apparently on the set of Picard, Jonathan Frakes noticed one of the actors who was abusing the PAs. And they were like, well, we're not going to name who it is. We're not going to name who the actor is that was abusing the personal assistants. And everybody already came out, and apparently it was people are pretty sure it was the angry looking cracked out black chick on the series. And no one, it's either that or Kurtzman. Everyone's like, it's either of those two. The future of Doctor Who, again, is now uncertain after confirmation that the BBC has parted ways with the former showrunner and production company. And people are saying, oi, at least we got the chuds right. We owned them. Uh-huh. Sure you did. J.D. Vance has come out and said a white kid was murdered and there were no riots. The murderer gets convicted and now there are riots. We are not the same, apparently, is... according to somebody that said J.D. Vance that's coming out, which I don't know if that was actually him. I know I'm jumping subjects, but I can only talk about Iran so much while I get updates. So, but there's a 97 of you here and 100 and something earlier, so whatever. So U.S. Central Command is saying that the strait is opened, okay? U.S. Central Command is saying that the strait is currently open. Iran saying the strait is closed. Who do we believe? I think you were trying to say Allah, but you misspelled Allah? Please tell me about Aisha. Why did he have sex with a 12-year-old? I don't watch sports. Oh, sorry, she was 9. My mistake. Apparently, the quartering got drunk, crashed out on his channel, gets channel removed via YouTube, does it manually himself with former co-hosts. Quartering is going down the shitter. Oh, I guess the guy didn't like my question I asked about Aisha. Oh no. He's mad. I've upset another one, chat. Oh, I see. He might be Darth Kitty. I don't know what the hell he's doing these days. I know that he's spiraling, though, and his whole channel's going to shit. Dude was apparently worth millions at one time and is now worth nothing. Man, I do like olives. Last strike apparently in Iran, according to the Middle East Spectre, was 1 hour ago. So I guess the last strike is at 3:13 our time, give or take, or my time. So again, Hormuz is closed, they're saying. That is what Iran is telling people, that the strait is currently closed. USA, though, is saying it's open. Well, it's good the Chevron stocks are looking nice. Ooh, it depends what kind of pizza. Like, because sometimes green olives go really well depending on, like, what sauce you have underneath, right? Like, I feel like a red sauce, you kind of want to always go with the black olives. Green sauce, you might want to, you know, or green olives, green sauce, the green sauce. Like, if you're doing, like, pesto and stuff, then the green olives go really well with that. No anchovies for me. Apparently last night, I guess black people were attacking white people who were Spurs fans. Is that what people were getting at? No, I wouldn't do the ranch dressing. I do like the white sauce, though. I've seen 5 Spur fans get their shit kicked out of them by Knicks fans since the beginning. Well, that's not good. Well, again, it's supposed to be like, you know, sportsmanship, but apparently there's no sportsmanship. It's just people now beating the shit out of each other for whatever reason they deem is okay, right? It's a Wednesday! Time to punch in the head. Oh, okay, I guess. Not very neighborly of you, or nice. Kind of an asshole thing to do, to be honest, but alright. Well, that's as much as I know about sports myself. Sports fans attacking other sports fans. Iranian armed forces say they will respond forcefully and decisively to U.S. military attacks or hostile action in the region. Well, they bombed the living shit out of you for 2 straight days and there wasn't anything you could do. So there's that. Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, due to repeated ceasefire violations by the American enemy, the Strait of Hormuz is now closed indefinitely. We warn that no vessels is to leave the anchored rages in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman. Approaching the Strait of Hormuz will consider collaboration with the enemy. Iran announces a full closure of the Hormuz Strait and starts attacking vessels trying to pass through it, which are in the Gulf, not even in the Strait. So they just said that there was someone claimed there was an hour of no ceasefires, but of 2 minutes ago, 2 U.S. airstrikes on Bandar Abbas, southern Iran. So I guess the strikes are still going. Haven't stopped. Strikes still happening. So again, according to Vizgrad, Iran's already now attacking ships that have nothing to do with any of this. They're saying if you approach, even if you're just shipping, you're a ship doing the shipping of the ships. They're going to strike you. So they struck somebody apparently almost goddamn near in Kuwait. Oh, yeah, they have zero right to control the strait. It's almost like there's other countries there. Also, a bunch of you haven't hit that like button. We should be well over the 100 likes now. Well over the 100 likes. Are not there yet. Thank you. Now I've waited an hour and a half to Shekel Hound, so there you go. You're back with your sandwich of beer? Well, excellent. Well, you've come back to the Strait of Hormuz is now closed. According to the Iranis, the IRGC says it's closed, but America's saying it's open, but they're saying they're going to fire at anybody who gets close to it. So according to, again, Ashawaya City and Bashahir Province, Iran, neither gas refinery complexes nor petrochemical facilities have been struck yet. So we know those places have not been hit yet in the area, mostly military targets who we've been hitting. Again, Iran's trying to saber rattle now while they're on the ground with a black eye, saying armed forces will deliver crushing and decisive response to the U.S. aggression. Saying that, the strait is permanently closed indefinitely. You can't go through it. Never again. Kuwait, Qatar, UAE, Oman. Yeah, you're screwed now. They're saying you can't go through there anymore. It's not like they haven't been launching missiles at you for the last couple days. Yeah, a lot of talk, not a lot of real action happening. So apparently there's a display out in front of the torpedo facility or torpedo factory art center in Alexandria, Virginia, that has a sign that says Charlie Kirk is a piece of shit. That is a city-owned building. Probably not the best thing to have up there. Same. Trump leaves option open for more Iran strikes, which will probably be needed, especially if they're right now closing the strait or demanding that the strait to be closed. Yeah, world-class shit talkers. That's about it. Again, folks, if you like the show to keep going, you want me to be here every time news breaks, make sure you fill up that bar every day. I dropped $50 off it, went down to $100. Feel like this is an easier goal we could hit every day. Thank you, everybody. Make sure to trapperoutdoors.com and go to flavorforce.com. Because, again, since the war's restarting, ammo prices are going to go up. Then you're going to be like, Wolf, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me I could go get ammo for cheaper? Feel like I did repeatedly. And, like always, I'm usually right. At least in my own head. I remember when you couldn't buy ammo in December. Multiple people that are outside the Camilo Anthony courthouse. We're felons. Surprise, surprise. Oh, surprise, surprise. Let's see again. The only Iran news right now is currently we struck the shit out of them. They said an hour ago, though. People are saying that currently, yeah, the felon's trying to get another felon off of murder. Apparently, yes. Trump has come out of 50 seconds ago saying Israel is not involved in these strikes. For some odd reason, Trump has been like distancing himself from Bibi and was like trying to give Bibi a talking to, which I think then Bibi told him to go F himself and that he's going to do what he wants because it's his own country. So Trump's now saying that he tells Fox News spoke that Iranian official directed. Trump says Iranian officials asked him to stop bombing. And Trump has not let up, allegedly. But I don't really know if I believe that. I don't believe Iran has come out and asked to stop bombing. Because already they came out and said, the strait is closed. We don't want to reopen it. It's going to stay closed, right? So why would they then ask them to stop bombing? Why would they take the knee on that, right? Doesn't really add up in my brain. They might demand it. They might tell him to. I don't think they asked, though. U.S. strikes on the Dashati Heights, Bashir region in southern Iran as of 3 minutes ago. But again, I don't believe they would ask or beg. So I think the IRGC. So you have the Ayatollah, then you have the board of ministers, right, that are below that. So it's all like a weird religious thing. Then yeah, you have the quote unquote elected people that the board of ministers is supposed to put into power, and then you have the IRGC. But to be honest, at the end of the day, the IRGC is not going to do a damn thing that the regular military wants. And the Ayatollah, because they follow the righteousness of the Ayatollah and the board of ministers, right? And I don't think, again, I know people want to bring up Israel's milking us, but they're really not. That's not a thing. Like, especially right now, you kind of want them on your side because that area, they'd be a very good ally. But you don't really want to piss off the people that are helping you, especially when you're doing the airstrikes, right? And can put ground forces and have offered to put ground forces on the ground in Iran. So you want to keep them in, friendly like. So if anything, especially when our bases got hit, Israel's the one that went out there and counter-striked them for us before we did. Yeah, I don't think... Florida bans women pastors or some shit wolf. I don't think they can actually do that, Biscuit. And I don't think it's going to be the whole state. That sounds weird. That sounds very overarching of government. That's going to go to a court system. Oh, so the woman that came out there and accused Metcalfe of being a white supremacist terrorist, his name is Thelma Anderson. Thelma Anderson. She's a prosecutor in Dallas, by the way. So soon-to-be disbarred Dallas prosecutor Thelma Anderson calls Camila Anthony prosecution legal lynching while facing disbarment for her own fraud. Thelma Anderson weighed in on the Camila Anthony case, calling the prosecutors overzealous and claiming that Anthony's family had been legally lynched for the past year. Anderson made the comment while she herself is under fire for running an unauthorized side business and submitting a fraudulent PPP loan application 2021. Federal investigators found she claimed fake payroll and sales numbers for her closing boutique, raised over $20,000 in relief funds, and used the money for personal expenses like food, rent, entertainment. The boutique actually had very zero payroll and very little income. I would say she's very biased, yeah. She's a bitch. Lack of a better word. The Southern Baptists? Well, okay, so if a sect of church wants to stop having women pastors, then that's up to that church, right? I don't think anybody else has any say on that. I don't think it's a government thing. She gonna have no job soon is what's gonna happen. Yeah, it's not Florida. It's South Baptist Church that happened in Orlando and has nothing to do with the governor or state. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so again, yeah, thanks, David. Yeah, I was going to say, like, I don't think that sounds right. Yeah, who cares? Like, I mean, yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying, Biscuit. I think churches should pay taxes. Just saying. Sanctuary. I understand people are like, oh, but then they maybe get to stay in the government or whatever. I'm like, I think they already have a say in the government. It's just kind of a roundabout. I know the reason why people say they shouldn't, but I think it's already happening. Karen Bass' brother is suing LA because his Malibu home burned down in the Palisades fire. He claims they didn't provide adequate infrastructure and respond to the fire. Oh, no. I mean, my thing is I gotta pay taxes, they gotta pay taxes. And I have a feeling if you had the church paying taxes, all the churches, all of a sudden taxes would disappear. Just saying. Just saying. My church, you have to own a gun. It's a religious artifact, and it must be on you at all times. I think most taxes should go away because it's theft. It was only supposed to be, like, certain taxes were only supposed to be temporary, and then they never went away. Yeah, so Trump claims, quote-unquote, top Iranian officials have asked him to stop the bombing. Allegedly. Well, I mean, like, churches, especially mega churches, if you ever walk in there and you, like, I've built out mega churches that are, like, multi-million-dollar facilities that rival most professional theaters. Because they're like, yeah, we don't pay taxes, get nothing but money. I'm just like, oh, Jesus. Trump said he would soon cease attacks on Iran, but would resume tomorrow if Iran doesn't reach a deal. The U.S. response today was rather lackluster, with Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. I don't think we're going to wait till tonight. I think the attacks are going to keep going, especially if they do claim that they struck a ship right outside of Qatar. Yeah, got to get done for the market closes Friday. That's right. Randon didn't strike anything is my guess and talk so much shit. So it was actually a third party that said Iran might have actually struck a ship. Iran denies Trump's claims that Iranian officials contacted him, calling it false in an attempt to cover up a retaliatory strike that's going to happen. saying that he's trying to retreat from Iran and that he is a coward, and this is the way he's covering up his cowardice. Well, called that one, didn't I? Los Angeles ICE has said that they're going to stop moving from just criminals to anybody that is here illegally, with overbroadening sweeps coming up in the next couple months. Two minutes ago, U.S. Central Command's command says Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard claims that Strait of Hormuz is closed. The truth is, commercial ships are continuing to transit in and out of the Strait of Hormuz tonight without issue. So, as I said before, Iran's claiming it's closed, United States saying it's open. That is where we're currently at. So we got one side saying the strait's open, another one saying it's not open, and then you're going to have, again, people who are there. Like, if you are a ship going to pass through there with millions of dollars of oil and the ship, right? Like, do you take the risk? That is true, McFly. That is very true. So do you take the risk, though? Like, do you take that ship worth millions and try to pass? Do you believe America? Do you believe Iran? Do you believe the company who's in charge telling you to get your ass across it? I believe it, Soma. So somebody named Stu Smith, who is part of, I guess, Exposing Extremism, has come up with a video that says DSA says its Red Rabbit initiative is about security, but according to its own authority resolution, the project is preparing for a national uprising against federal agents and police brutality. A recent panel showed that the means in practice, takedown on intersections, training where participants practiced using pepper spray, firearm safety training, protest marshalling, umbrellas, and signs to block quote-unquote fascists, and direct action support for Palestine and immigrant justice groups. The legal risk issue was obvious enough that even the panelists kept circling it. They talked about compliance, liability, tax purposes, and how the DSA could push this without pushing the organization at risk. Once organized, even described keeping a project DSA sponsored but not fully DSA run. So the fallout would not come back to DSA. That's called a terrorist sect. And that's called terrorism. Because you're terrorists doing terrorism. Keep hitting that like button. Some of you have not hit. It's a little thumbs up thing. It's click on it. Helps you get more people in here. Thank you. Appreciate you. I know I'm early. I'm a couple hours early for my normal show. I'm a little out of sorts because felt like an ice pick is in the back of my freaking back and neck. So, this is going to be controversial. I'm just going to bring this up really quickly since it's coming up on my feed. Michael Daughtry let a man go free who admitted to possessing child exploitation material and sex toys and was planning to have sex with a 13-year-old. He's running for Colorado Attorney General. The election is in 2 weeks. So Alex Rosen caught some guy. Now, the issue here is Alex Rosen is not a cop. And there has been multiple cases that have been thrown out of court because of people like him and him himself. So I know we want to point fingers at the DA, but there could be a thing where they looked at it and be like, this is obvious entrapment. This does not follow the rules of the law. We have to let it go, right? Now, even though that guy is a piece of crap and the scumbag who met up with this child, the thing is that the court and law and arresting people is very tedious. Right? And everything has to be like bureaucracy, checks and balances. And the minute you F up any of those, the case is out the window. So I know Libs of TikTok is trying to get this guy, this offender saying they let the guy go free. I don't know if they let him go free because nobody's saying anything else on the case. Or he's a Colorado Attorney General, so I believe so. I would imagine so, Chris. So I don't know. Like, it could be that he's just not behind bars and they gave him a summons like, hey, you got to show up in court in this time. Because they don't always arrest people and throw you in jail even if you're committed of a crime, right? They take all the statements and stuff, then they go back and you get detectives, and detectives get involved, and detectives say like, yeah, here's the crime we're going to be getting them with. We're going to go knock on his door and go pick him up. So I don't know. Libs of TikTok used to just make fun of people on TikTok and then became more news-ass orientated. So, they're not, I don't know how many reporters per se they are. Yeah, it's a chain of custody. So, I don't know if this guy's been released. I don't know if they're looking into him and be like, hey, this was entrapment. Who knows what the hell's going on behind the closed doors? So I don't know. That's all I'm saying. It's very, so he's LARPing as a cop. Who? Alex Rosen? Alex Rosen's thing is he is a quote-unquote predator catcher. But the issue with that is, and I've brought this up before, and fucking people lose their goddamn minds because they don't understand the way the law works. They're like, what they're doing is good. I'm like, no, what they're doing is actually shitty. Because what ends up happening is they're doing it for clout on their channel and to get their channel to grow, right? And they're getting money for it, even though they're like, oh, no, they don't make any money off of this. Yes, they do. They make money off of it. They have a YouTube channel. They're getting plays. They're getting likes. They probably have a thing that says donate here. They're making money off of it. Don't fucking shit yourself and bullshit. They say, oh, well, they're working with all these people, right? I did a little look on it like a couple of weeks ago, and they're like, oh yeah, a bunch of his cases get thrown out because they think it's entrapment. Yeah, lawyers are officers of the court and are held to a higher, yeah, exactly. And same thing with police, and like, when you're doing this stuff, doing anything, higher standard, doing any of this stuff, you have to be really careful because the FBI and other police have to be very careful even with their stings, because even their stings sometimes get thrown out in court, right? But again, people just see predator bad, this guy good. It's like, no, Predator is now acquitted of charges and just now goes deeper into hiding like a tick. That bad. And then Alex Rosen himself was into some controversy. Let me go look. Well, that's the other thing. So they had this black guy that would show up and start like hitting people, and that guy got arrested on assault. Because they're like, yeah, you can't do that, dumbass. Alex Rosen, also known online as Chet Goldstein or Gordon Flowers, is founder of Predator Poachers, a Houston-based vigilante group that conducts sting operations targeting adults who allegedly seek sexual contact with minors. The group poses as minors, often on the app of Grindr, to engage suspects in chat, confronts them in person, films it, and shares the content online. Rosen claims the group has contributed to arrests in all 50 states and the numerous convictions. The main controversy, Rosen's Predator Poachers are polarizing. Supporters view them as heroes, causing predators and law enforcement to slow, while critics, including many police, call their actions dangerous vigilante justice that risks entrapment, mob mentality, false accusations, and interferes with official investigations. 2025 arrest in Branson, Missouri. In March 2025, Rosen was arrested for felony harassment at a Steak and Shake. He confronted employee Joshua Teague, previously stung by the group, loudly in the restaurant, accusing him publicly. Teagan was later arrested on related charges after public backlash. Rosen faced harassment, trespassing, and disturbing the peace. There's been suicide links to stings that he's done. Rosen has used racial slurs, including the N-word, in videos and pranks, excessive profanity, investigation tactics. He also described himself as a very right-wing and faced backlash from the LGBT community. We don't really care about that, but some might. Early operation allegedly used a minor relative as a decoy, which Rosen later called irresponsible. His YouTube channel were banned for guidelines violation. Critics argued the public shaming and monetization via subs merge prioritize views and justice. Now, and also, people were saying there was a video of him wanking it to some kid, so I don't know if that one's true or not, but anyways. Yeah, again, I know it's going to upset people, and it's going to piss you off, but it is what it is. You're not a cop, you're not a lawyer, you're not an investigator, you're just some asshole on the internet. Yeah, it might get kicked out of ethics claims too. Again, he's a YouTuber. He's not a cop. But again, people are pissed off and get upset because they're like, he's doing God's work. It's like, no, he's not. Fuck over yourself. So Carol, who comes in here, was part of the task force that was made back in, I don't know, 70s and 80s to catch child sex predators, right? And they had to go through all kinds of training to do and make sure that the cases stayed. Marksman was a cop for major crimes. They had to go through all kinds of training to make sure the cases didn't get thrown out. Some asshole on YouTube, it's not him. So. Right, so cold cases are different. Those are cases that are, again, no one knows what's going on with them. And you're not like setting up sting operations. Back in 2020, I think there was one predator catcher the government got ventilated in a restaurant. Guy got walked on all charges. Oh, there you go. Trump said Iranian officials asked him to stop a bombing campaign, though, again, Iran has come out and said that is not true, allegedly. So again, should we be catching these people? Yes. Should you do it in a way where they make sure they stay and go to prison? Also, yes. If you're not having them go to prison, it's a problem. Yeah, I think everyone is going to still call it the Strait of Hormuz, but apparently they say it's indefinitely closed, but America says it's open. So we'll see if anybody actually tries to do anything. A lot of these predator catchers rub you the wrong way because they spend too much time with the miners and predators. I would say that is creepy. This is Hormuz. Strait of Hormel chili. I'm okay with that. I guess India had an election. Nobody cared. Okay, moving on. Cardi B opened her mouth and a bunch of semen rolled out of it. Nobody was surprised about the Carmelo Anthony case. Senior U.S. defense officials denied claims that the South Pars gas field were targeted, which I think even Iran said that they were not hit, so gas fields are fine. That's true too, Chris. Beans or no beans? I don't know. It's like Almond Joy. Sometimes I feel like a nut, sometimes I don't. Jasmine Crockett? No. Is that her real name? So even To Catch a Predator fucked stuff up. Like, when he was doing stuff, I think he got like assaulted, right? I believe he got stabbed. I could be wrong. I've heard yes and no on that, but he worked with police to only states that would allow him to do that, right? Because other states are like, no, that's too close to entrapment. We can't let that happen. Which again, like people think it's like TV where you're like, I could kick open the door in the court and yell, objection! And I run up there with some paperwork and be like, here's the evidence. And oh my God, this guy's free. He can leave now. That's not what happens. Court is very slow. And the reason why we point out stuff that's really weird is when you have a defense attorney comes out there and says he fell on the knife repeatedly and that's why he died. And people are like, that's not even okay in court to say because that's not a closing statement because it's not true. That's right. Carmelo can never shop at trapperoutdoors.com. That's right. But it's very much like you have like I'm in a court case right now. It's been going on for 5 years. 3 years? Whenever I broke my leg. Anyways, you have to get evidence, then you have to show the evidence, and then you have to put the evidence, of course, in court, and then they look over and be like, okay, well, here's what's in discovery, here's what we can keep, here's what we can't keep, here's what both sides decided on, right? So on and so forth. Again, it's a long-ass, tedious bullshit process. So having some guy walk out there and be like a vigilante doesn't really work. Because they're like, the DA's gonna be like, this is bullshit. And then there's like possession of evidence, everything else like that. Like it's, again, a very long process. That's because he needed him, Soma. He wanted the wine cooler himself. And they needed the condoms for all the body packs that kept getting sweaty on sea. You know, that's what I would do. Except, to be honest, though, you wouldn't really get it because that would all be turned into evidence, right? So. %30% of most fresh arrests, no charging. Jesus Christ. Two former Utah court clerks arrested and facing federal charges after allegedly helping illegals evade ICE. That's the U.S. attorney in Utah. Yeah, again, it's a long process. Long, complicated, covered in bureaucracy process.
Trump, who is currently in the Situation Room with Vice President J.D. Vance, along with Special Envoys Kushner and Witkoff. The president giving new insight into what is taking place as we speak. There is an ongoing bombing campaign against the Iranian regime. The president tells Fox News that 49 Tomahawk missiles were used to hit targets inside of Iran, some of them as close as 40 miles from the Iranian capital of Tehran. The president said that U.S. fighter jets are also operating over the skies of Iran, taking out radar systems and air defense systems in the southwestern part of the country, close to the Persian Gulf. This is all taking place as the Iranians are trying to get the United States to stop the bombing campaign. President Trump told me that Iran called him tonight. Top Iranian officials and President Trump spoke directly, according to the commander-in-chief tonight, as the president was sitting in the Situation Room. And he told me that the Iranians asked them to stop bombing. And the president
Which
said
Iran
to me,
says is not
the
true.
bombing will stop shortly. I asked him,
yeah,
what
we
will
bombed the
happen
crap
if
out of them.
the
Ceasefire's pretty much
Iranians
over.
do not sign an agreement that was put forward by American negotiators? President Trump said, quote, we'll bomb the S out of them tomorrow night. And so the president is leaving the military option on the table if the Iranians are unwilling to sign this good faith deal that would ultimately open the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that they cannot advance a nuclear program toward a nuclear bomb. That is the bottom line here that President Trump has reiterated over and over again. The reason Operation Epic Fury began was to prevent the Iranian regime from obtaining a nuclear weapon. I asked the president if the ceasefire is over. He told me this was the most violated ceasefire in the history of the world. He also spoke about the broader situation. And Vice President J.D. Vance also
it's almost like no one cared about it.
Momentarily, the phone at one point was on speaker, and the vice president talked about how this negotiating team has dealt with the Iranians, understanding that they have to deal with both moderates and more extreme voices inside of Iran, ultimately to get a deal done. And as the president has told me previously and tonight reiterated,
or
the
it's a
Iranians
waste of time.
understand force. And that is the president's thinking, launching these new strikes tonight, much heavier than what we saw last night, again, sending a message to the Iranian regime that they're either going to sign on the dotted line or this bombing campaign is going to continue. The president told Fox News, we've hit them hard tonight. And again, he went on to say that he spoke directly with top Iranian officials in Tehran who asked him to stop the bombing. The president is optimistic that a deal can be reached here, but again, he is reserving the military option. And again, tonight, the latest numbers that we have, according to President Trump, who spoke exclusively with Fox News from the Situation Room, 49 Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, and the U.S. military hammering the Iranian regime, sending a message to those in Tehran that they have two options here. Either the war returns and they get hammered on the battlefield, or ultimately they sign this deal that was presented by American negotiators. Laura?
Trey, do I have this wrong, or was that the first time at least we learned about the president himself having direct contact with an Iranian official?
At this level, yes, and the president.
Why are you yelling in the
talking
mic?
with top Iranian officials, and this gives you a sense of how involved President Trump is in getting a deal done. And remember, we saw something very similar when his special envoys, Kushner and Witkoff, went to Egypt, and they were able to get a deal to end the war between Israel and Gaza, and Israel and Hamas. And it was a deal that the region said couldn't be done, and the president got directly involved to get it across the finish line, and he is doing that here tonight. One other note, I asked the president, are the Israelis involved in this bombing campaign? He said no, they are not. Certainly the Israeli military remains on high alert.
That guy's in a studio.
The U.S. military, there are more than 50,000 U.S. forces across the region. And again, many of those forces involved tonight in this bombing campaign of the Iranian regime. 49 Tomahawk missiles, fighter jets over the skies of Iran, and a message with bombs signed on the dotted line, or the war continues. Laura?
Trey, it's clear he's impatient. He thinks these negotiations have stalled. He doesn't like to be jerked around on this stuff, and he's like, I'm going to get it done. That's just the way he is with everything, to your point. He's like, I'm done here. I'll do it. I know how to do it. Let me take over. Seems like that's what the president is doing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've talked with the president a number of times since Operation Epic Fury began, and he has extended an olive branch to the Iranian regime time and time again, and they've not taken it. Remember, when we rewind here to before Operation Epic Fury began, this is very important, a very important point here. The opening position of the Iranian regime to U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff is that they had enough highly enriched uranium at 60% purity, just a step away from weapons grade, to create 11 nuclear bombs. And so the president took them at their word and ultimately launched this operation that followed up on the bombing campaign last summer during Operation Midnight Hammer that destroyed Iranian nuclear facilities. Because remember the process here in terms of getting that uranium ore turned into this highly enriched material that can be used for weapons. It's a process that was taking place inside of Iran.
That's just a cardboard cutout,
Selma. Into hexafluoride gas, spinning that gas in centrifuges, these advanced centrifuges that the Iranians had many of, and then creating a higher and higher form of highly enriched uranium, this pure uranium that can be used in a nuclear weapon. And the Iranians were burying these programs deep underground and then telling the world that they were not pursuing a nuclear bomb. And the question that the American negotiators had for the regime, why do you have to bury these programs deep underground if you're using them for civilian purposes? And remember, the Americans gave them every opportunity in terms of the fuel and the opportunities at the negotiating table to make a good faith deal time and time again. And ultimately, it's led to this moment right now where the president is using the U.S. military as leverage. And another important point here,
I'm not going to call you, I don't even know
leverage
you.
on the Iranian regime. Right now, as we speak, the Iranians are not only taking Tomahawk missile fire and fighter jets over the skies of their country, the U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports continues. U.S. Central Command says more than 137 vessels have been turned around since this blockade went into effect. And let's break down the numbers here. We're talking about a decrease of 90% of Iranian exports. They're currently extracting crude oil at about 50%. This blockade is crippling the Iranian economy. And so they're in a place where even if they decide not to make a deal, each and every day they are getting weaker as the U.S. military is preparing for the possibility of additional strikes. And so the equation is not on the side of Iran, and they know that. And that is why they picked up the phone and called President Trump tonight in the Situation Room, and he tells me they asked him directly. The president, again, was speaking with top Iranian officials, and they asked him to stop the bombing campaign, and ultimately the president thinks he's going to be able to push this deal across the finish line.
Trey, thank you very much.
Thank you, Trey. Thank you, Trey. U.S. officials have denied reports of skirmishes at sea between the U.S. and Navy and IRGC Navy, despite claims by Iranian state media. Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Corps has announced a full and complete closure again of the strait, allegedly. The fuck? I love reading stuff on science where neither person knows what the fuck they're talking about and they're arguing between each other. I looked over there, read it, I was like, oh god, no, I'm moving on. I'm not even going to entertain that. Scroller. Is this live video? What is live, to be honest? If we were to look at the universe, are any of us alive? As far as I know, everything we're seeing in the third box and the second one are currently live. And I'm alive. That should give you something. Just the stars passing by is live. But yes, most of the stuff I try to put up is live. Stuff behind me is Al Jazeera. They're talking about what's going on with the war. Most of it's bullshit because it's Al Jazeera, but at least you get to see some explosions and stuff if it happens. But welcome. Trying to find as much of it live as I possibly can. Unfortunately, I think there's a blockade on the signal from Iran. Though the internet's supposed to be back up, so you would think there'd be more. But so far, very little at the moment. Well, welcome. Sub up. Thank you very much for being here. Again, we have Iran right now claiming that the strait is closed. We have America saying the strait is open, and you got people who are there with boats that are worth multi-millions of dollars that are almost billions, having to navigate that. So that's a scary time. What's up, Sleuthy? So that's a scary time right now. Scary time. They don't know if they're going to try to navigate it or not. I got a spider in the corner of my studio. Again, we looked and if we had $7 million, we could build fast attack escort boats to go there and help out. But we're all poor. China's having a very rough time. They have no money. They have no oil. It's great. Anyone seeing this channel in Ifashan? If you are in Iran, could you please let us know? I mean, I don't think China will buy anything back. No, I don't think they... Well, the thing is, it depends who would have the Starlink, right? So if you were to drop them into the country, chances are the government would just come and grab them. There you go. Here's something to distract you all for a second. I think those are just bugs. I don't think that's any live fire down there. Or it could be rain, dust, whatever. I don't think it strikes, though. I will take BG. At least we can have him yelling and screaming. Hey, I appreciate that, sir. I have a very dark sense of humor. I'm going to give you a fair warning right now. I feel like we have to warn people. Otherwise, I'll say something out there and people are like, oh, dear Lord. What is wrong with this man? Gallows back humor, yes. Yes. I'm a very big fan of bringing back the gallows, yes. So the people over here in New Jersey, by the way, are getting a taste of the spicy air whenever they're stopping cars now. Stop a car, you get maced in the face. Seems to be the new thing that's happening. I'm just dead inside, Sev. I don't know. That is true, Patriot Waitings. That is 100% accurate. But the only time I was, for my EMT stuff, I just went to school for it. I never served on a rig. So I didn't have to see, people die or anything, but I don't know. I think it's just my personality. So those are the Syphilis Anonymous meeting out there in front of the ICE facility. Oh, you bastard, Spider. I'll be right back in a second.
You got your fork still? You good? You have your fork? Yeah. Good. All good. Need something, call me.
shoes and we switch halfway through the day. It's not. And I don't have room. No, I know, but it really saves your feet. Like I have my car, I could have done that.
No, I mean that's a good idea.
Yeah.
I just don't have room. Like if I had a car, that would be great.
Yeah,
I could just
I don't drive everywhere. Like I would have been able to do it today, but I don't have a car all the time. Yeah. I've been able to keep an eye on my car too, which is good. Not that I thought. Yeah, it is.
All right, sorry about that. I had to go kill something. Big old freaking spider that was like on my wall. I was like, man, I gave you a chance to live and you gave it up. I gave you a chance.
I have a memorial.
Yeah, so there was a bunch of arson in Ireland, and they did break out the water cannon and started hosing down protesters. There was parts of Ireland that are trying to make a... What's going on, Sean? They're trying to make a area that is all...
It's a really ugly, horrible story, which
no Muslim areas in Ireland. Parts of Ireland. Not all of Ireland, but parts of it.
She coined wardrobe malfunction. She was representing Janet Jackson and all that happened at the Super Bowl. So she'll go down in infamy as the person who coined wardrobe malfunction. But more than that, she was a powerhouse in the industry. There's a lot of people from that industry who don't really know what truly happened to her in the end. So there's a memorial, and I'm not going to person. I just want to give my respects because there's some people that can see. So that's tomorrow night. I was just going to say, so I'm not doing this again.
Well, 2 vests are good.
Yeah, and I'll be in Albany. I'm missing so much stuff this weekend. A family wedding. My nephew. So my stepdad had 8 grandkids.
That's a lot of fire for the whole world.
Brother and a sister. They each have 4 kids. And the eldest of those 8 grandchildren is getting married. And everybody's going. So
You could literally be there instead of this. Just saying, lady. You don't have to be at this protest. You could be doing literally anything else in your life. Ukraine is getting wrecked. Do we want to look at Ukraine, Chad?
and I don't really want to deal with the bullshit for the moment. I decided I'm not going to go all of a sudden. Anyway. But like, I'm missing Brooklyn Pride, which I probably give a shot. This isn't that big a deal, but I'm personally bummed out because we don't have big events. So, Bono is interviewing Springsteen at Tribeca Film Festival. And it's like Saturday night at 5 o'clock. It's right smack in the middle of the way. So, we can't go to that. There's just all kinds of shit happening. It's the weekend.
Let me get the names.
No, we're not anti-Ukraine. It's just more if people want to watch and see if there's anything going on in Ukraine in general. I am not anti-Ukraine. I just want to know if people would like that on the screen or not. More of, I'm just getting a consensus.
We're starting
In fact, marksmen went and fought in Ukraine. He decided that it was the day to go shoot Russians. No, I don't care either way. I'd rather people not be dead. Kind of my overarching feeling. That's a lot of money that they own you, buddy. Oh, we got most of the number he just said. So here's Ukraine. Looks pretty chill. Look at here, people. We now have Ukraine up. We'll see if any explosions happen. Slava zucchini. Iranian media claims that they have sunken U.S. ships. That is false, as that happened. Apparently, as of 28 seconds ago, there are more explosions happening in Karachi, Gamistan, northern Iran. So northern Iran apparently is still getting hit. Even though they said the strike was over, people are reporting there's still hits in Iran. Well, it's an entire thing of just bullshit in the war, right? Like, how much can we just BS people? Some of you all pay $1 for an Arizona iced tea. I pay 68 cents. Processed sugar. All right. I go to Winco. Apparently, Qatari mediators left Tehran on Wednesday without progress in negotiations, probably because everything's being bombed. That would be my guess of why there is no more negotiations. Probably because of the bombing. I don't shoplift. I'm a good person. I'm not into stealing stuff. They got the rest while I knew negotiations was being promoted for the lower ranks of Iran again. Probably. Oh yeah, all the other guys are dead. That's a lot of sodium. Oh, well, there you go. Make sure you drink water with it, too. Thank you, Shy. I appreciate that, man. Again, my back's killing me today. I didn't sleep very well, so that's why I'm a little silent and not as talkative. I'm absolutely going. Well, at least you know. Why are you here? What's up, Hippie J? I'm looking for stuff, friends. I'm looking for stuff. Bigger goals, you say? Bigger holes, you say? Iran says agency IRNA reports explosions in the city of Karaj. Oil jumps as U.S. fresh strikes on Iran. Worries of extended disruption to energy flow, though we don't really need the oil from over there, so I don't know why people keep panicking. As of 5 minutes ago, U.S. in second wave of self-defense terror attacks against terror. What? Okay, I don't know who this person is, but this is definitely a one-sided thing. Second wave of self-defense terror attacks against Iran. I don't think they're terror attacks. I think they are, we're tired of you trying to kill a bunch of people around you. That is a one-sided freaking story there. Terror attacks. Only killed 30,000 people for protesting. Apparently, parents are going to be held accountable for the teen takeovers now in Chicago. Parents will be charged for destruction and vandalism, if not jail time. I don't know why I keep finding these, but some chella apparently is making an anime with characters from like McDonald's and Wendy's. All right. Don't know why I keep popping up, but I think it's funny. All right, back to the news. Again, breaking the Islamic regime in Iran is attacking Bahrain. So apparently there is now attacks back on Bahrain. So again, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia apparently being attacked as we speak. That is of 1 minute ago. The Bahrain is now being attacked. Though I'm really surprised Bahrain doesn't have any live cameras out. This may be live. Maybe, Blade, I don't know. So there's Bahrain right now. I don't know if we're going to see anything, though. No audio there either. It's a static rotating webcam. The thing with Belfast is already over, Niels. If I'm going to get UK stuff, I got to be up pretty early. Well, that's ominous that it just went dark. That's another stupid advertisement. Okay. Good evening. Had an ad blocker on here, then the ad blocker stops working. I gotta figure out why it stops working. Such a pain in the ass. Yeah, it is true. Gets all fuzzy. So this is Manama, the city in Bahrain, but I don't know if that's where they're attacking at. Yeah, I know they are. I wish I could stop them. When I am king, you know. Enjoy the trip to the hardware store. So there is internet in Bahrain. Now I'm just trying to find some camera. So it looks like where the attack was from over there now on 3. You meant to go get screws, Flathead. I agree, Radagascar. I think a lot of people agree with you. It's a vid. It's a video. Now, I don't know if it's just a picture from that website, but that is supposed to be a video. It is playing. You see the bottom there scrolling by, but they got like a weird sheen going over the letters. But Bahrain has already been hit, apparently, by Iranian forces. Allegedly, Trump's Iran war has propelled China's clean tech industry. I push X to doubt. This reports the ballistics launched from Iran. So as of 2 minutes ago, aim at all neighboring countries. Is there Iranian sources are now referencing Arab sources the success Iranian bombing of the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. So we'll see if that's actually true or not. There is some smoke coming up. That is true. They do have no oil to burn. But they got plenty in the gutter. And to make sure I don't need to drink gutter oil, make sure you donate now. I feel like if they needed to, they would start burning people, because that's the type of country that they are. He's not giving them anything. What are you talking about? We bombed the shit out of them. We had strikes as an hour ago. And he says he's going to bomb the shit out of them some more tomorrow. I mean, you can tell Fox what he wants, but we bombed the shit out of him today. And we threaten to bomb the shit out of him tomorrow. That's true, Chris. I know what he said. He says a lot of things. I'm telling you what's happening. Again, as of 27 seconds ago, strikes are taking place in Karaja, Bandar Karagan, and Nevadaman, Iran, apparently. So apparently, as of right now, people are saying they're reporting still attacks being hit in Iran. Allegedly. I guess, King, they can have them all, buddy. If China wins them over with chicken wings and crab legs, they can keep them. Lockheed Martin says it cannot tell allies when they receive Patriot PAC-3 missiles because U.S. government, not the company, decides who gets them first. That is true. And how many we have. And how many are given out. Both parties have said that neither of them hit refineries. And as I said, gonna trap outdoors right now before ammo's gonna be hard to come by. People ain't listening. Howdy. Yuffie's emailed you, Bradley Girl. I think she's waiting for an email back as far as I know. Do not use me as a middleman because I will forget shit. Well, we actually don't know how much. What? No. What? No. That's the stuff you're all working on. Trappers, I am a middleman. That's fine. So as of 4 minutes ago, again, strikes are taking place in Iran. People are reporting there are strikes in Iran. I think there are many turning cogs that none of us have any idea what the hell's going on. I think that right now we are on the precipice of a big escalation. And I don't know why Trump is playing tummy sticks and not just doing it. And also, I don't know why he's pissing off Israel, because again, you want to keep Israel kind of on your side for this. Because they've offered to send in troops for us instead of getting Americans killed. Which I'm fully okay with. I'd rather Americans not be killed. According to CGTN, which is, they do news stuff all the time and live feeds. Oh. Is this live? Hold on.
Attacks were successful or not, Iran's foreign minister took to social media to write this, quote, despite its defeats on the battlefield, the U.S. opted to test our determination. Our powerful armed forces will leave no attack or threat unanswered.
I thought she messaged you back with some samples.
The question is now, when these attacks are all accounted for and done, is will this have impacted these peace negotiations? In what way will it delay it?
I don't know.
Create
I'd mail her back if I were you, though.
Dig themselves in deeper.
I don't know what's going on. Again, don't use me as middleman. I don't know what's going on.
All right, Jim, thank you for the update. Jim Spellman there for us. Israel is not letting up on strikes on southern Lebanon despite Iran's demands for the bombings to stop. The Israeli military warned residents to urgently leave their homes and move north. On Monday, Iran and Israel exchanged fire for the first time since the ceasefire started in April. Jonathan Regev has more from Tel Aviv.
Israel wants to make it clear that there is a distinction between Lebanon and Iran. Let's remember the whole conflict, the latest shooting round between Israel and Iran that was seen up until 24 hours ago began due to Israeli strikes in Beirut, the Lebanese capital. Iran said already last week that if Israel fires at Beirut, Iran will strike.
All right. I thought they were going to have something live, but they don't. They have stuff at Beirut, but I can go pick up that Beirut feed in a second. Not really worried about that. That's what I said. Just tell her, because otherwise I'll forget. And then I get yelled at by everybody. But again, I think there's too many things going on right now that none of us have any idea. I think maybe, hopefully, Trump has realized that they're not going to play nice, and that all the stuff we do to try to get them to play nice is just kind of a waste of time. If you destroy the opium, you destroy the people. I don't want to call it an early day. I haven't made anything. It's now just 6. I need more stuff going on. So odd reason my feed is full of Halo stuff, even though I don't play Halo. Not really what I'm interested in. Call protest, rent a crowd. You need people out there yelling and screaming? Here's how you get them. Again, they're pretty much done. This is the 3rd or 4th aid tent that they have that's been just totally demolished. Got some background noise. We hear anything, go kaboom. Again, explosions and bombing report in Quzvin and Bandar in Iran. So allegedly, from what I'm reading here, according to people reporting, they're saying that there's still bombing going on in Iran right now. Where? I don't know. There, Wolf. There, Castle. But as of reports right now, people are saying there is bombing going on right now there. U.S. CENTCOM forced to complete additional self-defense strikes against multiple targets in Iran. That was of 2 minutes ago. Maybe those were the additional strikes. I have the audio just going on a little bit in Ukraine and Bahrain, but hey, that rhymed. The people, again, at the ICE facility, I think, are pretty much done. They tried it this morning. People came out and maced them. You bang on the cars, you get the gas. Navy sailor sentenced to 44 years for killing fellow service member Angelina Resendez in Virginia barracks. Hang up next. Yeah, so the military says it has now completed latest strikes in Iran. So yeah, they were bombing them again. So second or third round of bombing so far tonight. Yeah, so 5 minutes ago they said that strikes were conducted and done. Iran, though, was attacking Bahrain and possibly other places in that area. Markel Anthony supporter arrested. Yeah, we talked about that too earlier, Sean. And a bunch of other ones that were out there, the supporters were felons. It was the first time they ever went to the courthouse without, having a summons. Well, I mean, everything's still active over there. And again, the fight's still going. And I don't know. They said the strait is closed. Iran says they're shooting at ships. America's saying it's open. No ships have been shot at. Just for good measure, maybe we went over there and smacked them a little bit. I don't know who Underdog NBA is, but apparently they had to hire people to go out during the Spurs fans, to protect Spurs fans in New York. I don't know why people are beating the shit out of each other over a game. That they do, machinists. They do always lie. That they done do. The hills are alive with the sound of bombing. Behind me, I guess that was the one strike over there, Bahrain, over there near one of our bases. Someone needs to give my bar a kick in the ass today. You have pneumonia. Well, that's not good. That's what happens when you're singing in the rain. You get pneumonia, I guess. That's not good. Be careful with that. My lungs are scarred from pneumonia. So, So apparently, Austin Metcalf's last words were, "I'm not going to fight you," before Anthony killed him. So. According to Trump, Iran's military is a complete and total mess, much of it. Like their Navy and Air Force doesn't even exist anymore. They have been completely defeated. Iran is all talk, no action. The bully of the Middle East is dead. They've taken too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. That's from Trump. Uh, 39 migrants rescued from a locked flaming tractor trailer after driver flees Texas Border Patrol checkpoint. On June 4th, Border Patrol agents of the Falfurrias checkpoint attempted to inspect a commercial tractor trailer when the driver sped away instead of stopping. Multiple agencies' pursuits involved Border Patrol and Texas DPS troopers followed until the trailer caught fire. As smoke and flames spread, agents and troopers arrested the driver and passengers, then quickly breached the locked cargo area. Inside, they found 39 immigrants trapped in smoke-filled trailer. Well, they're all illegal, so they're going back to wherever they came from. But it's good they didn't burn to death, but Jesus. Broadway's Wicked and two employment nonprofits are being sued for discrimination after they allegedly banned white male musicians for utilizing their service. The Garden Grove chemical plant that sparked mass evacuations got raided by the FBI today. I'm going to say no, they did not. I think it's let it burn, to be honest. The FBI launched an early morning raid on Orange County GKNW aerospace facility after they overheated and threatened to explode, prompted mass evacuation in May. The California Post watches federal vehicles and dozen agents showed up at the Garden Grove facility Wednesday morning. EPA Special Agent Sawyer Rothfeld filed a search warrant last week to rifle through the GKN aerospace facility to search for documents or devices related to alleged environmental crime the company may have committed by allowing the hazardous methacrylate to leak last month. We've got chemists. They're doing soil samples. They're doing all kinds of things, Bill Assel, LA's top federal prosecutor, said. So we'll get to the bottom of this. At the big blue tent was set up the facility parking lot. Asseli said experts, including chemists and scientists, were flown in from across the country to assess the investigation. When there's a failure in the tank and it causing mass evacuation impacting 50,000 residents, we have an obligation to figure out what any of those crimes, if any, they have committed. We're going to present them to a judge, and judge agreed that sufficient probe causes a search to additional evidence. Pierce employees were sent home. A dozen of cars suddenly were seen driving out of the complex as officials continued their search. Selly underscored there is no imminent threat to the plant or the community. When asked for specifics of the evidence agents they were looking for collecting, Selly declined to comment, citing the ongoing investigation. We're not formed any concession at this time, Selly said. We're looking for evidence, and if there is any evidence, we're ready to show it. The leak caused widespread panic last month and forced evacuation of more than 50,000 people, who fear that a nearby flammable and toxic chemical leak will cause an explosion. Residents were made to seek shelter elsewhere for several days after being forced to leave their homes. Suddenly, officials prepared the leak to worsen into a potential explosion, but were able to defuse the situation, and residents were allowed to return home days before the initial leak. Rotel was also a sample of the tank that's on site. Of particular interest, the risk analyst reports that the employee told Rotel every GTN aerospace facility is required to write periodically and submit to headquarters in the United Kingdom. The warrant specifically notes documents on records related to the risks analysts will be among those items seized. Rotel's warrant is based on an alleged violation of 42 U.S.C. Section 7412, general duty to prevent accident, release, or extremely hazardous substance into ambient air. The agents acknowledge the warrant of the chemical released, methacrylate, is not listed under the law, but the large-scale evacuation of potential leak of substance warrants a classification that is extremely hazardous. Violation of the law carries a maximum $1 million fine. Last year, GKN Aerospace, a major supplier of jet engines, landing gear, and aerospace components for commercial and military planes, paid nearly $900,000 in settlement and environmental violations tied to the same facility. The company reached a settlement with the South Coast Air Quality Management District in January 2025 over a permanent violation, missing emissions records, and nitrogen oxide issues connected to the plant. Well, that's no good. And we all wait with bated breath. Just a second. Something's coming in. Look there, it's a small penis. CENTCOM forces struck multiple targets in Iran. Military surveillance, communications, and air defense sites were hit by the Marine, Air Force, and Navy precision munitions. The Pentagon framed it as a self-defense in response to ongoing Iranian aggression and threats to the U.S. So that's what they hit. Communications, weapon sites, military sites. No plants. Wow. People in New Jersey look like they've just given up. Well, Sean, donate to fill my tank too. Al Cahoon does chemical milling, all the chemicals that Kelly does not like. That doesn't surprise me. I'll just have machinists come on for a minute and talk while I eat my dinner. But in the meantime, here's some screaming of some people. They're not even screaming! Is that guy having a seizure? What the hell is he doing? It's been a slow night tonight, Sean. Oh, here comes the peoples. So the reason they're not jumping in front of the cars anymore is because every time they do, they kept getting maced. So a Morocco immigrant had to report to the police station in Italy to be deported. Upon the cop coming out, he took a swing at the cop. And apparently the Italian police don't F around because they beat the living shit out of that guy. I don't know, from the reports I'm reading here, they might have killed him. They said the contusions and lacerations to his head alone might have either caused permanent brain damage or loss of life. But reports are unsure if he is still, if he was deported or not. So they might just be deporting a corpse. Yeah, last update was 8 minutes ago. Saying strikes were communications, missile facilities, radar, other military facilities. That'd be cool, machine. That'll be cool, machinist. Oh, was choking on my drink. U.S. Attorney General of L.A. says the FIFA World Cup 2026 warning. Flying an unauthorized drone is restricted airspace is illegal. Drone operators may face a federal prosecution, a $100,000 fine, 1 year in federal prison, and confiscation of the drone. I just want to get pepper sprayed. You go home. You know what happens if you're home? You don't get pepper sprayed. Remember, everybody, if you donate tonight, we'll be shooting Spank out of a cannon. You know what the scary part is? I feel like people would actually donate to that, and that terrifies me. I mean, we already had some of them disclose the UFO stuff. I would say it's more of no one's going to see like a big smoking gun. You see, what's nice is that BG on the scene just kind of not really saying much, just kind of chilling, letting these people say their own dumb shit. Man, oh man. To dinner cost tonight a whopping $2? Less? I mean less. Well, that's because you're a bum. From now on, machinist, you eat the same thing as me, and then the rest of the money comes to me. Just kidding. We got, like prepackaged yakisoba. Cost 89 cents. And then, Yuffie added some kimchi in it. Exactly, Brad Girl. That's why I like it. It's also cheap. You buy a whole thing for like $3. Lasts for a bunch of meals. You know what I'm seeing right now is people saying Iran completed last bit of strikes. My name is, Rumpelstiltskin. Yeah, you can call me Rumpelstiltskin. How about that? Machinist, you tell your son that you can't feed him as much because your favorite YouTuber needs money. And that you have to feed him instead. Look at him dead in the eye and say that and see what he says. Do it. I want to see what he says. I should do a live fishing stream? I'm not opposed to that, actually. I need to go get a license, though.
I stole their garbage cans the other day. They were about to work on yeah. I think it was Saturday. Had to wait until nighttime. But so they just stole garbage cans. Because RJ was leaving for work and stuff. Taylor's
Yeah, I think the money's running out. Bay Area's quote-unquote bad boy county assessor targeted in a mysterious FBI raid. Guessing embezzlement. It's hard to take any of these people seriously. It did forget. I keep trying to convince my family to move up to where I'm at. So I'll go on Zillow, find a giant house they can afford with ease, like be fully paid off. Send it over to my mom and not say anything. Because she's like, California's doing something stupid. I just send it on over. Here you go. Hell, some of these places they looked at, it would be so big, I could sell this house and build on their property and never see them. Yeah, but Machinist, you've been doing catfishing. There's a difference, buddy. Huge difference. Machinist is located underneath my stairway. If you know what I mean. So Austin Eckler's family apparently is receiving death threats now after the verdict. What's up, R? Well, I'm not called Happiness and Rainbows Report. Why, thank you. It used to just be my name. And then I redid my whole stream because I was like getting burnt out and like just stressed out. And I was like, you know, I want to go back to my VTuber just because I can chill more. And yeah, I lost some fans and stuff, but at the end of the day, I'm doing what I like and what I want to show. So I don't know. So the best thing about the upper left is repeatedly they've tried to stop people and they'll roll down their window and the people come to yell at them and they'll just mace them and then drive off. Yeah, I noticed that too with that pole, like, maybe someone hit it? I don't know. Doesn't look very secure. Only a matter of time till it falls. The show hasn't changed that much with a VTuber. Oh, that's true. I got a nice new design layout. But there's people who won't watch because of the VTuber. Heavy power usage. Yes, that's why it's leaving. I wonder if we could get some idiot to believe that. Oh yeah, it's leaning because there's too much power coming through it. It puts weight on it. Somebody else just be like, oh my God, really? Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to believe. You know, I hope it's a summer Havoc. I got bills to pay. Like, and like, I don't mind being here for long periods of time and stuff. So. Apparently, on a Japanese train station, or train car, there was a man that they thought was sleeping. So people kind of gave him his space, didn't really say anything. People brought him blankets because they thought he was cold or whatever else. Dude was sitting on that train for like a day and a half dead. And because everyone was so polite, no one checked him. They finally realized he was dead and he slumped out of the chair. What an amazing place. Or, well, so Japanese culture is very like, you mind your own business, right? And you don't really like, you don't talk on the train, and you're very like isolated to yourself even when you're around people. So yeah. Yeah, that happens quite a bit too. There's dead people and no one notices. Happens to homeless alive. Yeah, Ireland said that certain places that are around them, they don't want no Islamics or Muslims whatsoever. And Ireland is very Catholic. So, what's happening? Well, we bombed the living bejesus out of Iran earlier. That's the biggest news of the day. Wow. CR, there you go. You never know when a dead guy's going to fall in your lap or shoulder. Apparently there's been ballistic launches from Iran as of 4 minutes ago. Target currently unknown, so keep an eye peeled on the screens. I don't think it'll be in Ukraine, but possibly in Bahrain. Oh yeah, taxi, drove him around, take out the hit list, yeah. Was it Taxi Driver? I don't know. I actually don't know that movie. Yeah, they just launched them. Good luck. Explosions heard in Kuwait. Could be where the missiles hit. Could be Kuwait. Probably launching at the U.S. base. People are saying intercepting's up in Jordan. Also, so Jordan. No, I don't want Michael Jordan. Yeah, I got no oil, so I'm happy. Oh, he just shit his pants. I heard him scream. The live stream at Jordan's unavailable either. I don't think they're firing at Israel, so. Made by the lowest bidder and named by morons. Tio, I don't want to watch a man in suspenders talk about the weather. I want to see what's going on with the war. Iran is launching missiles. United States hit Iran a bunch today in multiple waves of attacks. Iran is now shooting retaliatory strikes. The people in Newark have lost the will to live, let alone do anything else. Camilo Anthony's family is apparently threatening Matka's family, trying to get an appeal. Yeah, so the Jordan U.S. Air Base, or the air base in Jordan, U.S. interceptors were launched to shoot down what appears to be Iranian ballistic missiles and or drones. So it's at the Thai Air Base in Jordan. U.S. interceptors went out there to take out a bunch of ballistic missiles and drones. Oh yeah, Ireland is pretty much saying no more Muslims in their country. And I think to myself, what an effed up world. Are they gonna start fighting each other again? I'm doing all right. It's a no-dono night apparently, so what can you do? I'm still going to be here regardless and still give the news. Sometimes bar gets filled, sometimes it don't. Yes, then no, then yes. Then possibly, and then back to no. So apparently they're saying the Iranian ballistic missiles are targeting the Malawaf Sati Air Base in Jordan. U.S. have completed a new round of strikes inside Iran, according to U.S. Central Command. So I guess we just did another strike, another round of strikes. Well, if they kill the Ayatollah again, get rid of the regime, have them start over, maybe. We'll see. Doesn't have to be 20 years. We can end wars very quickly. It's the reasons we chose not to is beyond me. Maybe making money, who knows? I don't watch sports. I don't like watching sports. I believe it's all rigged for betting. So do I realize it's all bullshit? Yes. Do other people watch it? Yes. I know you're referencing Afghanistan, but my point I was making is that they could do it again with this to make money off of it, like Blackwater and stuff like that, and, you know, all those other people, but who knows? That old black water, that old black water. Well, we're going home now. We have papers to write on this whole incident. So Iran said that the Strait of Hormuz is indefinitely closed. The U.S. said it's open and will be escorting ships if needed. Iran's the bastard child of the world. Yes. Well, not meanwhile. They're not doing that anymore. They were earlier fighting people in Belfast. That was roughly 6 hours ago. They all went home for the day. So, not meanwhile, earlier would be the better way of saying that. But all those people are currently home right now. But yes, Ireland is currently trying to have no Muslim areas. And getting tired of people destroying their country. Otherwise, if they were burning shit, I would have that stuff up currently. It's Ireland. The pubs never close if you know where to go.
Darlene has just tipped $20. Match me, you bastards.
Ah, you get arrested very quickly. Thank you, Darlene, for the $20 dues going in the bar. Look how much that 20 filled it up. All we need is 4 more of those and we're done. As you see right now, cars are driving in and out of the facility without any issue. Funny how you just mace them a few times and they knock off their shit. So apparently they took down all the cameras around Jordan, all the earth cams. Wonder if that's for security reasons. Machinist, you shit in the pool. Welcome back, Bez. They're shopping for gas mask steel. Should make my own. I should sell my own gas masks for like super cheap. They don't even work. Make them by the bushel. You came back with a bucket and a $350 pole saw. That's nice. That's a thing. Did you need the pole saw? I mean, if you needed it, well, there you go. I have a chainsaw and a ladder, and I tell you, sometimes the pole saw would be a lot easier. Though, I wonder if my back would be okay with that. So it has kind of a harness thing too. Well, that's cool. Well, it's Australia, so you gotta think it's gonna be more expensive than here. Yeah, but that's the United States, machinist. But it houses a family of possums, so you have to fight the possums off too. Oh, I could pick up a DeWalt pole saw for $169, normally $200. Oh. The Milwaukee one's $299 now. I was waiting for bombs to drop. We're going to talk about tools. It's a Makita. Oh, that's good too. If you walk into someone's shop and they have Makita, DeWalt, or Milwaukee, usually the guy knows what he's doing. And if you go in there and you see that he has Ryobi, he probably still knows what he's doing, but, you know, he doesn't want to spend a bunch of money. Floor roof? You gotta put in a floor roof? What does that mean? Ceiling? Is that a floor roof? Is that called a ceiling? Hi, Paul. Long skinny battery. Oh, the old Makitas? Maybe both. It's a fixed upper. Oh. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. You know, I was told if you ever buy a house, the one thing you want to make sure is good is the roof. Everything else you can replace underneath it. $1926. That's a whole ass house. Do you have knob and tubing in there? Like, I hear someone's mech out there moving. Yeah, I think BG went home. I think he's done for the night. Oh, boy. Bahrain, Jordan, Kuwait reportedly intercepted Iranian missiles and drones targeting U.S. military assets, marking a wider regional involvement in the conflict. Or it's the same thing that happened before, and they kept doing it, and we should really stop it. I think I'm going to call it a night. If you guys want to do some last minute donations to help me at least hit halfway for the night, that'd be great. I've been on for 4.5 hours. Ain't much going on. We got all the big war stuff done for the night. I'm going to try to get up early tomorrow, maybe for the Belfast stuff. I use nothing but DeWalt. I'm gonna go rest my back. It's killing me. You guys have a good night. Take it easy. Low flying aircraft. Anything pops off, I'll jump back on. Make sure you subscribe up if you're not already subscribed. Like I said, anything comes up, I always jump back on. As long as people let me know and I don't miss it. Huh? Ryobies are fine. I mentioned before, like, Ryobi and I think was it DeWalt are made in the same factory. Night, everybody. You have a good one. Take it easy. And I will see you tomorrow. Ryobi and Milwaukee. There you go. What the hell's the other one DeWalt has? Makita. Yeah, a lot of them are all more or less the same. Just whatever flavor you want. At one point, I heard somebody who does tools professionally, who uses them professionally, and goes, pick one you like the color of and just stick with it. That's all he said. He's like, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, the guy was doing, I gotta find the video. He's been doing construction for like 45 years. And he's like, I'm a mechanic. I do some machining, mostly a carpenter and a contractor. He says, but pick a color you like and stick with it, and nothing else really matters. And if somebody comes in there and bitches and moans about your tool choice, ask him if he's gonna buy you new tools. He'll say no, and you'll go on with your day. You're the hot glue gun. Back in the attic I go. You be safe up there in the attic, Caleb. Make sure you don't fall through. Good night, folks. You have a very fantastic night tonight. Of course, I will see you tomorrow. Love y'all. Take care.